Hello, everybody. I'm Steve from Mac84, and there's a blue tint in here. How's everyone doing? I haven't done this in a while. Things are weird. Everything's weird. People are in the chat, though, so hi. Thank you for being here. Let me just tidy up a few things on my desktop here so I know what the heck I'm doing. That's not it. There we go. How's everyone doing on a Saturday? We have a bunch of people in the chat here. Let's go through some of them. And click on the little pop-out dealie, and then it's going to freeze, as it always does. There we go. I have to go all the way up to the top. And I'm going to repeat a bunch of names, because, you know, there's a lot of people here, and I had to delay the stream. We'll talk about that in a moment. But Joe from Joe's Computer Museum is here. Jack68K is here. Dave's Vintage Apple Tech is here. We have Trino. We have Gutbomb. We have Jennifer. We also have Hardware Hacker, Mr. Tech Gadget. Brandon is here, and who else? Keep scrolling. Chris is here, and a lot of repeats. My goodness, people were chatting in the chat. Rudy, hello, Rudy. Rudy's here. Socket Wench is here. Tev Rudin is here. We also have Pentium MMX, All Things DG, and Nikki. Whoops, and then that's what happens. The chat jumps. Another Brandon, hello. Mr. Tech Gadget is here. Nicholas, hello. And Gutbomb, if I didn't say you, Carthor, my goodness, Savvy Sage, and Scarlet Swordfish, long time no see. My goodness, how is everybody doing? I'm doing okay. I'm surviving, I think. I'm here, right? Yeah. How's everyone doing? I don't know. I had planned to be here at about 1:30 was the plan, and had to drop my wife off at the bus stop. Every single time this computer restarts, the microphone gets low, and then I raise it too high, and people say it's too high and it's too low. So let's do a mic check. Does that sound good? Who thinks it sounds crummy? On a scale from Gutbomb to Tom Barber, how crummy is my audio? Is it too low? It's a bit low, but clear. Other people are saying it sounds good to them. Other people said it's too quiet. All right, well, I'm going to do some things. Headphone warning. If you're wearing headphones, don't do the thing. I'm changing it now. And this is all your fault if it makes everybody else mad. How is that? I can't do my singing now, because now I feel like it'll be too high. Hopefully that's not too bad. Sorry about that. Every time I restart, the microphone level on system settings changes, and OBS sometimes changes too. So I just notched over just a little bit. Let me know, folks, if that's good. Okay. Is that good? Okay. Oh my God. It's today, huh? Okay. Anyway. Let's get to what the heck we're doing here. So I was on the way to drop my wife off at the bus stop because she was going to go elsewhere, and I decided I'm going to do this stream. So I scheduled it for 1:30 p.m. So I have some time. I'll go to a store and be on the way back. Well, on the way back, there was so much traffic And I'm like, I'm not going to be able to have time to eat lunch. So I got home like just a few minutes before 1:30 p.m. and had some lunch very quickly. And now I'm here. So yay. But what started all this is a very patient viewer by the name of Kyle gave me this board ages ago to fix. And I think I did 1 or 2 streams on it. Recapped it. It's a Quadra 840AV, which is problematic. And really, there was no signs of progress. And he was basically messaging me to say, hey, if you could send it back, that'd be great. So I said, okay, yes, I'll send it back. And that was right before VCF East. And then life happened and things have been a little crazy around here. But before I send anything back, I like to just take one last look over just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Or, you know, I have all the components that were sent with it and all that stuff. And as I'm looking at the board this morning, I noticed one of the solder around one of the chips is very crusty. You know what? It wouldn't be a bad idea to remove that chip. So I removed that chip and I thought, no, I got to live stream this. And so that's why we're here. Sorry, reading the chat. Lots of chat. But yeah. Anyway, so that's what we're doing here today. Hopefully it'll turn out okay. Who knows if it'll work. Looks like my microscope camera has decided not to work because I unplugged it. Because, you know, I'm smart like that. So plug that back in to the little USB hub that sometimes wants to work, and we'll see if that actually wants to work. Oh, computers, how fun are they? All right, so let's change over to the microscope camera just to make sure it actually works, and it kind of does. Okay, great. So this is a Quadra 840AV board. It has sort of a funky heatsink on there. We also have Ron's 840AV board here. If by any miraculous turn of events we get one working or I get tired of that, we're going to go to this one. As you can see, Ron sent this in 2022, which means he's been very patient as well. And yeah, thank you so much for anybody who... I still have your crap, and happy to send it back right away. But I do want to give this another look over. So let me arrange my camera so the USB cable is not snagged and pulling it down at an awkward angle. That's slightly better. And then we'll switch to our microscope. There we go. All right. Lots of Kapton tape. There's always Kapton tape on a Quadra 840AV board. That's what you have to do, apparently. So the symptoms of this board as of now is it gets power, but there's no chime, which a lot of these boards seem to do. Don't know exactly what the heck is the cause of that, but we're going to try and figure it out. So this board is particularly dirty. It was in a bag, but I think it was ultrasonically cleaned and then dust gone onto it, but clean it again before putting it back. But anyway, I was working on this chip. Let's adjust the camera. And let's get this sucker in focus here. There we go. So I removed this chip here, which is this little Apple chip, dealy, Motorola, whatever the heck. I'll put that over here so I do not lose it. And not sure if that's vital or anything, but it was pretty crummy around here because of all the capacitors that leaked. And I decided, yeah, I'm going to remove that and take a look. And I'm glad I did because, boy, does it look crummy under there. It's crummier than a Performa 6400. By the way, if you have not seen Gutbomb's latest video about the Performa 6400, go check that out. Gutbomb, please put the link in the chat doodle. Excellent video. But I do say so myself. It was excellent. Even if he threw shade at the poor, defenseless 6400. It's not its fault, it looks weird, it was just born that way. And already I see a trace break, or potential trace break. This is a brown Quadra 840AV board. They also made them in green. The brown ones are a bit earlier. This one actually has a ROM socket for the ROM. The sockets are, the SIMs, it's a ROM SIM, doesn't have onboard ROM. So, you know, this could have other issues or changes, but it was actually crummy. But let's see if that trace is actually... it might actually still be connected. Let's enhance! As my good pal Garth would say. Yeah, it's looks like it's still hanging in there. But look, there's a lot of... This is what I was talking about. You just touch the solder. And this is what I'm talking about, crumbly, cruddy solder. So we have to clean all of this up because I was not convinced that that chip was making a good connection to this board on the pads. And And you got your normal greenies here too, so, you know, that's not good. But let's just try and clean this up the best we can. Excuse me. All right, so let's do this. There was an fairly amusing comment on my previous live stream. Somebody saying, I like your videos, but 3 hours is too long. And I was going to reply. I was going to maybe take a screenshot of that and put it on the screen here and sort of poke fun at them. But I'll just do it audibly. First off, it's a live stream. How long do I have knowledge of, like, how I'm going to, you know, go long on it? Or am I going to be short on it? I don't know. Depends on the project we're looking at. I guess that's, you know, a given for most things. But I guess some people just think, like, I'm a master of timing and preparing. And that's, no. Absolutely not. That is not me, pal. That's another little broken trace there. And so I just find it hilarious that people complain about time things. I mean, I get it. So I watch some YouTube videos where the time is a little bit more than I want to commit to something, and either I don't watch it or I break up the timing of it. But, you know, I'm going to do the content I'm going to do. And I'm sorry if it does not fit into the allotted time that you have to watch such things, but you could also skip ahead. You could fast forward. You know, you don't have to watch the whole thing. You don't have to. I do appreciate it when people watch my stuff, but if it's not for you, I don't think every video I release is going to be watched by everybody. The analytics are very, very clear on that. But I just thought that was funny. It's a live stream. What do you expect? Anyway. Let's try and clean this up. So I'm going to turn the soldering iron on. Hey, it's Garth. I'm trying to skip ahead, but it's not working. The weird man keeps shouting at the camera. I was going to change my shirt, too. I was going to wear like a retro-y, computer-y shirt. But, you know, I didn't have time for that. Speaking of time. Do I think I'm Bruce Springsteen? No. I do not have nearly the amount of money, wealth, or prowess that individual has. Although, is it him I share a birthday with? Let's see. Hold, please. Yes, I share a birthday with that individual. Where's my thingamajig? Damn it, we're losing crap already. I just had it this morning, so it couldn't have gone too far. There it is, the solder, right in front of me. How about that? Thanks, Capo. Teacher, the quadrate for you smells bad. Yeah. I'm like the small Japanese boy that's in every Godzilla movie with the striped shirt and the ball cap, who's like, and then, like, you know, he gets separated from his family, or Godzilla almost steps on him. You know, it's just like in every single one of those movies. It's fantastic. That's right, flux. I was looking for flux. What the flux? What the flux am I doing without my flux? How long could I stretch this bit until I find my flux? Probably not that long. I did have it this morning because I did take that chip off. And then I'm like, oh, I should turn this into a stream. Because I haven't streamed in a stream to do the stream with the fluxing flux. Where the flux is that flux? What the hell? Did it fall? A lot of my stuff just falls down. I don't blame it. You know, it wants to get away from me. It's a thing about this big. It's too early in the stream for me to be misplacing crap. I mean, I got my solder wick. I got my enameled wire. I got all the things. Well, thank you, Dave. There's the flux. I appreciate that. And Dave is going to be doing his what the flux. Dave will be doing his stream tomorrow. Speaking of long streams, if they think my streams are long, my goodness, Dave has a whole party going on that's built on the foundation of having a long stream. But whatever, people are crazy. All right, so let's just zoom out here a bit. We're just going to reflow and refresh, rather. Oh, my microscope is not tied down. There we go. We're going to reflow some of this stuff, and yeah, I need to clean my lens of my camera. It's not nearly as nice as John for the Big Bad Bench. He has a very nice... oh, look at that. The handle fell off. Well, that's not good. I have to spend some time down here cleaning. John of the Big Bad Bench has a new microscope camera set up, and then his is probably nice and clean, unlike mine. Anyway, I'm just going to put a little ball of solder on the end of this iron, and I'm just going to sort of go like this. And all the crummy solder will hopefully come off. Oh yeah, there we are. See, it's not sticking on those pads. There you go. Crummy, crummy, crummy solder. Yuck, 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 yuck. And that is definitely a break. There might be another one there. We will check. Got done recapping most of LC520, Magnum Force says. Analog board last night. Never again. That took too much time. You know, I started one, and I think the parts are like right over there. I'm afraid to continue it. I have to do it. It's for my friend Carl, but yeah, those are a beast. Good luck. Oh boy. All right, so let's use our multimeter, as my good pal Ron likes to call it. Again, had it this morning. There it is. I don't know where the hell I put my good multimeter. I brought it to VCF East, and in all the insanity that it happened at that show, I misplaced it. So I'm down to the crummy one with not the good probes that were donated by my good pal Garth. What? How is that still making a connection? All right. That one is too. I don't know if that is or not. That is too. All right, well, let's just try all of them. Beep. 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 Well, yeah, I mean, it looks like there's nothing there, but I'm gonna bridge that anyway, just because I'm like, I don't know, it doesn't pass the sniff test here. I know it looks okay, but also some of these things can be like very like temperamental. I don't know. Don't want that to be a problem. It's fixed. Yes. What's on the other side? Don't know. Don't care. Gonna try and fix this one. Oh, that's a yucky piece of wire there. Let's clean that up a little bit. I should be using the smaller tip here. I also put some flux down there. I need to find all of my tools to do a better job with these things. I'm just sort of winging it today, so apologies if we're just sort of half-assing it. But I was using my whole ass. I did not intentionally cut it. It was like that when I pulled the chip off. That should do it. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to be under a chip. So as long as the connection is happy, yeah, that should be fine. Well, at least we cleaned up a lot of the solder that was being crummy in this area, for lack of a better term, stealing Gutbottom's terminology. Yes, he trademarked the word crummy, so every time I say that I have to give him a penny. But I think it's well worth it. All right. Speaking of crummy, let's clean these pads and get that crummy chip back on. I almost forgot where I put that chip. It's a good thing I didn't misplace it. All right. Boop, 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 boop. You know, I didn't do this the other day for a chip, and then the solder was all uneven, and I was like, oh, that was a pain in the butt to put that back on. What am I forgetting? And I'm like, oh, yeah. You should clean that off so you can put the chip back on without having so many problems. You know. All right. Now, I need to refer to Ron's board here to look at the orientation of the chip, because I don't want to mess that up. Okay, so little... Where the heck are we? We're over here in no man's land, and the little divot goes towards the bottom. Yes. Okay. And we're just going to make sure that that chip is clean as well. It doesn't have any problem. Oh, yeah, that could be cleaned up. That could be cleaned up. Yes, I have. Ron's been very patient with me as well. Look how crummy the solder is on this. Everyone's been very patient with me. And I appreciate that. You know, after Ron stopped sending the death threats, I sent him a bouquet of flowers as a thank you. Yeah, so these are fun because what I usually do is to get some of this gunk off it, I put some solder on it and just, you know, try and clean it away. But yeah, these whenever the crummy solder gets crummy, it's always on the legs of the chips as well, not just the... Oh, and it smells like cap juice. Not just the pads where they were supposed to go. So I'm just sort of reflowing these very gently. Hi. Uh-oh, somebody texted me a picture of a bunny. I have to respond. Those are very... I had to just, you know, tell somebody how soft a rabbit was. Bunny, exactly. Somebody sent me a picture of a bunny. They were taking their kid somewhere that it was like a petting zoo setup or whatever. It was like, bunny. Anyway. Cleaning dirty chips. Oh, this poor toothbrush. This is fairly new, too. Big thanks to Trina of Trina's Technobabble. She sent me a donation of a bunch of what I can only describe as grade B toothbrushes. Not the type of toothbrushes you would probably want to use on a regular basis, but they are perfectly cromulent for cleaning stuff like this. And so I use them every chance I get. How is the bunny? My bunny is just fine. He is doing good. Spoiled as ever. As all bunnies should be. And he is currently snoozing, because they are crepuscular. So he is taking a little nap this afternoon, as he usually does. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good weekend, my friend. Something tells me... I mean, all these Quadra 840 AV repairs are never one and done, easy peasy, you know. My board, my personal one, has no sound, and it crashes when you try and do any sound stuff. I had someone reach out on Tinker Different just the other day and said, hey, did you ever figure that out? Mine's doing the same damn thing. And I said, sadly, no. But if you figure it out, please let me know. I'd love to ride your coattails of success and figure out what the heck is going on here, you know. It might be time to change out this blade here. Let's just reach into the crevice and just get some of this crud that's out of there. These don't have to be perfect, but, you know, I don't want them to be putting crud back onto the board. And these were right by caps. So, you know, smelly caps and all that fun stuff. Nope, they are exactly in the same spot they've been for a while. And that's the magic, I think, with me and not misplacing things. Is just leaving them in that spot and never moving it. The day I move that to be like, oh, you know what? It'll be better here, is I lose it forever. So, you know, can't have that. Like I lose my tweezers and everything else. But it's because I'm moving them around during the stream. All right, so here's our little thingamadoodle, our little chip guy here. Let's just move some of that flux around so we get it in all the right spots. That should be fine. And let's just confirm the orientation of that chip. Yes. All right. So we're going to just tack that down. Starting with the corners here. And I doubt this is going to make any difference, but we'll give it the old chime try, I guess. Words. I want to drag solder here because I don't know how delicate these legs are, and this is looks like an Apple bespoke chip. I don't want to risk damaging it. So I'm just going to take my time. There aren't a lot of legs here. And I know the tops of those legs don't look the best, but everything else looks to be adhered. So that's good. I'll give him a little bit of a nudge test in a moment. You never be too sure. Random boop. I transferred Steve's It's Chime sound part into a blah 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 file this week. The 840AV event has spawned microculture. That's scary. Alrighty, we have little tiny solder balls here, but you know, if this works, then we'll clean it up. Alrighty. Now, see, what happened here is obviously we have capacitors in the vicinity. We have a bunch of capacitors by the power over here. This is hard to move. It's a big board. Sorry. We have this cap here, and we have this one here, and so that chip got blasted by a bunch of stuff, as did this one here. I believe this might be a sound chip. I'm not sure. Look at the grain on this one. We're going to just clean that off just very briefly. Again, I don't think that's going to solve anything, but, you know, these boards are not for OCD folks like myself. To make it all clean. That's never happening. Yes, I know. If only Apple had not cheaped out. Alright, so I'm going to, because this board is so massive, I am going to, is this the wrong one? Yeah, there we go. I'm going to move the microscope out of the way. Sorry with the squeak. I should have fixed that like 5 years ago, but you know, at this point it's part of the show. And we have our Quadra 840AV power supply. Pro tip, you can't use an ATX extension cable unless you want to chop off one of the pins, because it is one row too many, so it won't mate with the connector on the board, which is fun. By fun, I mean frustrating, because that means that this little short cable that the power supply has is all we could deal with here. So I could clip off the leg, but I just unboxed that cable, so probably we'll leave it as that, or brain, probably we'll leave it as is. There you go. That was brain going. There needs to be more room on this desk. I swear if I had like the desk the size of a football field, I'd still fill it up with crap. It's just one of the many skills I have. All right. So we have a speaker with some extension leads on here because the speaker port on here is annoying. I don't have the LED thing. It didn't come with this board. I have mine somewhere, but I don't think we need that necessarily. 18 bunch wires. All right, so hopefully this thing won't catch on fire. Nothing is touching the edges. Where's the power cable? It's buried under a blue SCSI and a hard drive. Yes, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? You know. All right, let's plug this in. This big honking power supply. And we're going to turn that on. We'll turn the 840AV on. And absolutely no difference. But that's okay. Now, I do like to do little tests here, like plugging a blue SCSI, just seeing if we're going to get power. That's one way to do it, I guess. Blue SCSI, you can get them at jcm-1.com. You can also get your Woot switch at jcm-1.com, which is an ADB switch box, which I am terribly late on a video for, and Joe's going to break my kneecaps. But let's try this again. 3, 2, 1. So we do get power on the blue SCSI, so at least that's a good sign. But yeah, we don't get a chime. I don't see any activity or anything else like that. So yeah, our board is still very sad. So we'll keep going on that. The blue SCSI, Eric Helgeson, don't you know what a blue SCSI is? Look at all the flavors of blue SCSI I have around my desk, just sitting here doing important work. Blue SCSI is a hard disk, CD, floppy, whatever the heck emulator. Well, I guess super floppy. And they are fantastic. You basically put an SD card in there, and this replaces the spinning rust that you may have in your PowerBook or desktop, and they even have little external ones, which are fancy, like this one, which is right over here. There we go. Look at that. You just plug it in, bus powered, at least if you don't have a PowerBook, and you're off to the races. So I use these. I have so many that are just on the desk here because they are so useful. So go to jcm-1.com, pew 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 pew, to get your Blue SCSI today. If you don't have one, or if you're running out and need more, I always could use more. And that constitutes my public service for the week. And you know what? That cable is not going anywhere, so we're going to remove it from the power supply so we don't risk damaging the cable on the board, because that connector is really solid. It checks in the mail. All right. Let's continue with whatever the hell we're doing here. So obviously that chip, even if it was causing a problem, it was not preventing it from booting. I'm not going to just randomly start removing chips, but I do want to see if anything is really... This is not tight. Hold on. There we go. Nope, that's not good. Hold on. There we go. What I would like to do is make sure I don't see any of that else of that crummy solder. Well, this chip here is a little green. There's not like crummy solder on it, which means like I think it's making a good connection. But I'm going to look around. Anything that's not shiny, that looks very dull, is something I'm going to be on the lookout for. And unfortunately, this area, if I recall correctly from the last time I messed with this, oh yeah, here we go, oh boy. This was not exactly pretty. Hold on, this is such a big board, and the pigtail of the power cable is not making this easy. Yeah, so this was fun. Oh, what the hell was I doing here? Oh, what did I do last night? It'll take you a while to clean up. This looks like it's connected okay, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to remove that. There's a lot of like this stuff here. Where's my tools? They're under the board probably. No. There. Oh, here they are. Yeah, see, this is like, you could just put your tool into this solder and it just sort of comes away. This is not good. Like, it should have some resistance. This is just, yeah. I mean, some of these are okay, some of them are not. I don't know. It's old Flux and Crumb Bum? Crap Factory? What's up with the spots below the tantalums? Yes. You'll have to be more specific than that. Let's just try and clean this up a little bit. I had removed some of these components before, and I was running some traces to test some things, but this was a few years ago, so I've completely forgotten. But I had snipped the wires, which meant they were no longer necessary, or I fixed it on the top here, and that's why I did that, but I left them in place because until I send it back, it's going to be ugly. Just try and clean up any old flux residue or any crap that was here. So the egret chip, or the CUDA chip, is right here, and this is what makes the Macintosh start up and all that fun stuff. And it could be an issue around here, but most of the time, actually, you know, this isn't too bad. But there's like this voltage regulator guy here that could have also been a problem. But I think that was measuring okay, and it looks like I fixed that up enough where it's making a good connection, but we shall take a look. Corrosion on the ground plane. Eh? I mean, wouldn't put it past it. There's my little bag. I have a little bag of cotton buds and stuff. About 50 people watching. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me on a Saturday stream. I know John, Big Bad Biologist, streamed yesterday, so he wasn't streaming today. Can't claim to be as gifted as he is with poking around and soldering and doing fun stuff, but I appreciate your views anyway. Let's just get all of that crud that was here. Doesn't look terrible, to be honest. But I'm not sure if there's anything in this area other than this that maybe isn't connected properly. I will probably flow that, but I don't think that's anything that's really standing out. You never know. Just sometimes over the years, these solder joints, you know, there's some leakage or whatever, and these joins are just a little weak. These all look like they're reflowing very nicely. Which is good. I did that already. Yeah, I mean, you could take a look around. Not sure if sometimes stuff doesn't come up on camera that's as obvious, but the problem with this series of boards, the first revision here with the brown board, makes it very difficult to see if there's a trace break or anything like that, because it's a very dark brown or black board with brown traces. And so it can be very difficult to see if there's something that's problematic here. Whoops. Yeah. Fun. I do not have my fume extractor on. Maybe I just want sweet release from the horrible world that we live in today. Ooh, what's this? Oh, that doesn't look fun, but that looks like I cleaned that up previously. In some alternate universe, my goodness. Well, we could clean that up again. Try and get that little cotton bud here. Whoops. Hey, it's Ian. How are you, my friend? Hope you are doing well. How are all your Pico adventures? So for those of you just tuning in, this is a board that I'm just taking a final look at before I send it back. I've had it for a few years and I was unsuccessful so far in getting much out of it. I recapped it, but that was about... And I did some trace repairs and stuff like that, but I didn't see anything major. This doesn't look great. But I didn't see anything terrible. Little solder ball there. See, this is right next to where a capacitor leaked, so I wouldn't be surprised if that needed to be reflowed a little bit. Ooh. Well, Godspeed, Ian. Good luck. Let's see if any of this solder sticks to this. Or if, oh, yep, we're just getting some crummy stuff here. Oh boy. Looks like this chip needs to come off. Yay! Something is making a humming noise. If something explodes, it's... I was going to say it's not my fault, but, you know, who am I kidding? Yeah, so we're going to put some flux on this and gently persuade that component to come off of the board. I'm pretty sure this is just like a run-of-the-mill chip. I don't think it's anything too special, but you never know. It's by the SCSI bus. Probably just a transceiver for the external port or resistor pack or whatever it is. And I have to move the scope away, otherwise the angle is too sharp, but... My lights are flickering. That's a good thing. All right, we've removed that chip. Let's see. Okay. I mean, yeah, that pad was definitely not really making a good connection. We could take a look at the rest. Let's clean that up a little bit. Oh boy. A great dental hygienist. I don't know about that. Does it hurt when I when I probe for continuity on your mouth? Please no talking. All right, so let's just get a little blob of solder here. Oh, that's right. Soldering iron is off because I don't want to pull a big bad biologist big bad bench and shut my power off while we're in the middle of streaming. Just put some flux there. Now we're just going to try and clean up these a little bit. Most of these look okay. These are the, yeah, that's the problematic one there. Yeah, that's really dirty and crummy. You don't want to ever stay in one spot for too long with the soldering iron. You could just rip the pad off from stress or heating it up too much. I think that looks much better than it did before. I don't have to sit here and listen to these wild allegations. Alright, so let's... That was very dangerous. You shouldn't lift up the wick like that. But it was a mistake. Alright, now we're just going to go in with the multimeter and make sure that nothing is broken. Or at least try, you know. That goes somewhere, that goes there, there. Well, it appears, let's find that one there. It appears these all look to be intact, which is good. Now we get to make sure that the chip is okay. Let's take a look at this guy. It doesn't look too bad, but we'll clean it up anyway. Beep! Oh boy. I've not looked at an 840AV board in this much detail in quite some time. Oh, come on. There we go. It's always an adventure. And by an adventure, I mean pain and frustration await. Just trying to smooth that over. Just something about these boards. I just, you know, I just don't know. Oh, those cleaned up real nice. Yeah, see, some of them have little crud on the ends, little beads of solder that we need to get off of there. Yeah, because that will make sure that they don't make a good connection to the pads. So we need more flux there. They don't have to be perfect, but I'd like to try and clean up what I can. Yeah, these few at the end really seem to be crummy, and I know it's a bit off camera, so I apologize. What's always a challenge is the center of the microscope is what you folks can see. But of course I have a much wider field of view here, and so sometimes, most of the time, I'm referring to something that you may not be able to see as well or as full. So just the nature of the beast. Apologies. I'm not a professional. I just play one on the YouTubes, and even that is very questionable at best. This looks a little better. All right. I think that should be okay. Hopefully. Maybe, kind of, sort of. And where did I put the thingamajig? This is prime streaming, Steven. You're really, really, like, losing almost everything instantly today, which is fantastic. Okay. Where did said scalpel go? Because that's needed to do scrapey bits on the thingamajigs. Oh, that's lovely. Oh boy, that monkey's going to pay. Well, we'll just find a spot for it and look for that in a moment. Maybe it's on this little drawers here of the keyboard tray. No? Darn it. I mean, I have a spare somewhere, but you know, that would require looking for said spare. And yeah. Where the heck did that go? Hope everyone else is having a nice organized organizational educational Saturday. I mean, what's more educational than learning what not to do with misplacing your tools? Oh boy. My doorbell tells me there's somebody at my front door. If it's one of you weirdos, please go away. I'm not ready for company. Where the heck did that scalpel go? This is going to drive me nuts. I'm going to stand up and take a look, just in case it fell on the ground, or, you know, something. Oh, boy. Sometimes you get a better viewpoint when you stand up. You see all sorts of crap that you lost on your desk. Like this brush. That's a good tool to have. Really? Huh. Oh boy. What is the tool that you folks lose the most? And don't you lie to me and say you don't lose your tools. Because I know you're lying. Everybody loses their tools. I lose my brain. usually why, if it's a cheap tool, I buy 2 of them. Yeah. I'm giving away my trade secrets. It's not under the board. Let me check that. I use my ye old flashlight of telephone. Your brain. You lose your brain. Tweezers. Yeah, tweezers. God, how many good pairs of tweezers have I lost? Too many. Too many. Well, I'm sure it'll turn up. At least this is clean. I don't have to, do what I was going to do with the scalpel to it. But let's just confirm that we're going to put this chip back on the right way. That's with the stripe facing the little divot. Okay. At least we have the tweezers. What do I not lose? Anna, that's a great question. I feel your pain. I'm always losing something. And I just, my desk isn't really that organized or clean right now because I really have not had a lot of time to spend tinkering, as I'm sure some of you have noticed, lack of my videos and or live streams. Life is particularly hectic right now. And I sure hope things change for the better. I will maybe know for the middle of next week. By the middle of next week. Yeah, fun times. Let's put this little chip back on. I doubt this will make any sort of difference, but you never know. I would love... Oh, yeah. See, that's still crummy at the top there. But we could get some of that crud away. Because I really just cleaned the underside. But without the scalpel, this is not too bad. This is just like old gunk and flux and stuff. Nothing too problematic. But why do I keep coming back? Because I have fun. Oops, there goes the chip. I have fun creating these videos and streaming and just tinkering around with things. Sometimes you just get an itch like, oh, I want to try and see if I get that working or whatever. And gosh, the previous job I had, it was one of those situations where I sort of set my own hours. And so I knew if I wanted to stream on a Friday, I could just go ahead and finish all my work for the day and sort of duck out a little bit early. Can't really do that anymore, but, No, nothing, well, we'll see. Nothing's out of the ordinary, but we will see. Oh, come on, this flux is just not... There we go. I always have to use a tool to shove the flux in there because the other side of the dispenser with the regular plunger type thing doesn't really do the best job sometimes. So I just get creative and just use whatever crap I have on hand. But there we go. Just tack the corners. There. Now we're fine. Hey, it's Veronica. How's it going, friend? We saved another dead hard drive. I'll talk about that in a moment. Well, not dead, but it was uncooperative. We'll try some drag soldering here, see if it helps things or makes it a mess. Ooh, look how many bridges we got there. There we go. The drive didn't save, tried to kill me. Yes, this is right. So my good friend Ian came over. One of many Ians. This Ian frequents the VCF East flea markets. And he brought over some floppy disks to image and some hard drives to image. So we had a good old time playing around with some old junk. And these were hard drives that, and he's a very competent person, very, very good at fixing stuff and whatever. So he had already taken a stab at these hard drives, and he knew there was something wrong with them. Either they had crashed or they have failed in one way or another, or the board was bad or something. But he's like, hey, you have a Blue SCSI with initiator mode. I want to try and see if you can find anything on these. And one of the drives made a very horrible noise, because what had happened was he had removed the screws from it, and we had removed the top from the drive, and it was like this big old 5 1/4 quantum drive from like a Macintosh 2 or something like that. And it was just not spinning up right, and then when it would spin up, the head wouldn't move. And so we opened it up, we gave it a little bit of a nudge, and it was kind of acting okay. It maybe imaged like the first sector, then it was like bad. So there was something wrong with it. And so we tried putting it back, and we were opening up the lid and closing the lid and all this stuff, and then through some oh, sorry, that was very squeaky, I apologize. For some reason, we tried to run it with the lid completely off, and then we put the lid back on, but we didn't secure one of the screws, which I guess kept the spindle motor from not moving vertically. And when it did that, it moved, and all the heads simultaneously crashed into the platter and made a very horrible bing noise. And yeah, that's why you don't do that. It was dead anyway, but it was like, oh no, it's deader now. It's very sad drive. So any hopes of recovering anything off of that drive went bye-bye. But let me play the video for you all. Let's see if I could find it here. There's a 10-second version, and it's something like, I'm making a comment like, oh, now we're trying to do it this way, and it just goes ba-ding. Let's see. Apologies if the audio is going to be crummy on this, but this is just like an off-the-cuff type thing. Here it is. And if you are wearing headphones, this hopefully shouldn't be too bad, but just warning. No, hold on. You don't really need to see it, you just need to hear it. Like the lid. Oh, whoa! Okay. And for one more time. Oh, whoa! Bing! Yeah, so that's a fun noise. Minor setback, yeah. Oh no. Oh, yeah, that was the one we couldn't save. It didn't want to be saved. It did not. Yeah, the resonating. Yeah. Ding, fries are done. Yeah, it was not exactly a happy camper. And we're just going to plug this in just for funsies, because, you know, who knows if anything has changed. Probably not. Half of repairing stuff is testing stuff, so that's what we's gonna do. And let me find power cord again. Here it is. Make sure nothing's touching anything that shouldn't be touching, and we plug in, turn on, and turn on. No, nothing. Not seeing any change. Yeah, sounds like you're clapping the kitchen pans. Oh boy. Yeah, that other 2SI drive, that was a sad thing as well. But I mean, you can't save them all. That head must have crashed. So you're already working with fun odds there. But and here's my scalpel. It was under the dang multimeter. Stupid multimeter. Anyway, back to whatever the hell we're doing here. So that had some crummy crumb stuff on it. I wish I knew like what chips were vital to getting this stupid thing operational. Obviously, I know the CUDA is important, and we're gonna just tone that out with the multimeter here in just a second, just to see if because I'm pretty sure I took this off and reflowed it in the past few years, but we could try it again, I guess. Yeah, I've had pretty good success rate at with these old drives. Some of them just they're beyond repair, but some of them will spin up at least once. Let you image them, and then you put them out to pasture. But all right, let's see. All right, well, that all tones out. There are schematics for it, and everything is possible. However, there's so much going on this board that it can be very difficult to figure out exactly what the hell is causing it not to be happy. Now, this has a ROM sim, which I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of crud in that slot. We could clean that with a toothbrush. I doubt that's going to do anything. Whoopsies. It looks like there was a broken trace that we fixed here at some point. Yeah, there's that one. There's a lot of green here too. We're bypassing that one there, which had a problem. All you need is one bad one, These traces are so thin, and of course this one has some like pond scum on it. But see, these are the traces where the ROMs would be seated, but they're all in this sim, so I don't really think those are particularly of concern. No, I have not tried replacing the ROM. I think I did try another ROM sim because I have a secondary one, and that made no difference. But I wouldn't necessarily think the ROM sim is the issue. Things like this VSLI chip, I think this is similar to like the glue chip on the SE30. I had on my personal one, some of the legs on here were a little bleh, and fixing those caused it to start right up. Now, this solder doesn't look wonderful, but I mean, these all seem to be there. They seem to be connected, rather. So I'm just giving these a little bit of a nudge. Sometimes the old solder can weaken, and they could look like they're connected, but they're not. So I've probably done this before. I can't find the exact live stream of when I worked on this last. I didn't dig too hard, but I'm just very, very gently just moving this scalpel across. And if I see any sort of movement, like I do here, that leg is not really attached, we will touch that up. And we will zoom all the way in here to give you a bit of an idea of what I'm seeing. Please take the hairs off the scalpel. Easier said than done. Let's see if I get some of this crud out from there. That's just old dried flux and crap like that. But yeah, see that's moving freely. That one is too. So that's great. And I mean that in a sarcastic way. But hopefully we could just tack those down. Oh boy. It's always so much fun with these boards, huh? So much fun. So much fun. Which trace? On the chip itself? I mean, if we beep it out, it might it actually might be making a connection, but it also could just be intermittent. So for example, Yeah, so technically they're connected, but they're moving. Why is that bridged? Through the magic of having multiple boards, we're going to see if that is supposed to be like that. I resemble the chip. Hey, Eric. Oh, boy. This is Ron's board. Let's take a look at the same area on his. Which doesn't look great either. And of course the multimeter shut off because it's a freaking pile of garbage. Human garbage. Alright, well they're supposed to be all together, I suppose. And that doesn't seem to be a huge problem, but, you know, we're going to just tidy up anyway because we're here. While we're here, I'm going to take off this stupid power connector below that chip on the side you're working on. All right, I will take a look in a moment. This trace here, is that what you're talking about? This red guy that comes over here and goes on the other side with all these lovely green meanies here? Is that the trace that you're referring to? Because, yeah, it looks horrible, but they all look horrible. This board is devourer of traces. All right, so we're going to get some flux on here. Somewhere. Flux, go. There it is. All right. It's right below the chip. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I appreciate everyone's eagle eyes. All right, oh, in the middle of the chip. Okay, so you said beeped out the trace. There's a trace that goes into a view which is dark in here. Okay, yeah, I see that right here. Good eye. I will take a look at that. Make sure those have continuity as well. Ugh, so much crud on this board. Alrighty, let's see. You're about as old as a Mac 512K. A lot of us are either older or not far behind you. Yeah, that's not connected. Great eye. That one is, that one is, that one is. Alright, so let's clean that one up. That looks delicious, doesn't it? I don't want to name the Apple product I'm as old as. But you can just see how difficult it is to see some of these traces here. All right. Nice and shiny, as my friend Bruce would say. And he's probably still sleeping, so he's missing out on a Quadra stream, but it'll give him something to watch later. Hi, Bruce. Hope you watching in the future. I have not tried any of that. those fancy serial command thingies, but I would assume it would be given to SadMac if that was the case, but I'm not sure. I'd love to try it. I did watch a lot of Adrian's videos where he was mentioning it, and I did see there was a fairly new suite of things that came out, but I'm not sure if the 840AV is one of the machines that is currently compatible with like some of the off-the-shelf, easy-to-do stuff. All right, now let's see where this is going to on the opposite side. That's going to be fun to check, but I'm up to trying anything. All right, so the only way I could really mentally do this in my head is realize, okay, we got like a pattern here. So this comes like this, and then so we need to sort of find that pattern on the other side of the board, and I think I see it there. And this is very exciting for the people at home because you won't be able to see a damn thing of what I'm doing. Oh, shut up, you stupid multimeter. Oh, I hate that I'm using this one. All right, so it is that trace there. So I'm going to beep out the one next to it. I think. I cannot tell where I am. All right, so it has to be above there. It's probably here. No. Of course, these have some solder mask on it. Let me see if I could. Nope. I think it's one of these here. Of course, it could be between a layer of the board. And I'd never know. I don't know where the heck that trace goes. Because I'm doing the one next to it. That should get me in the general area. Oh boy. I need an adult. I don't know where I am. Okay. I wonder if that's under. That's under the chip. No, it's actually further this way. All right, let's try that. Ah, Eric is glamping again. I hope you have good weather and you enjoy yourself, my friend. There's so many little components here. Let me just do a test here. I don't know if these, like I said, I'm not using my normal multimeter. These probes aren't the best. Yeah, I had to really push hard, so we'll try. Is that a false positive? No, it wasn't. All right, now we have to move one down. Well, that's not it. What the hell? Don't, I'm actively using you. Why the hell would you turn off? Stupidest multimeter in the world. Let's confirm assumptions here. Yeah, so yeah, that should be the one that's okay. And then on this side, yeah, let's get rid of some of this solder mask here, because that's the problem. Okay, that should be much easier now. You stupid son of a... Green! I'm using this crummy... Well, I don't even know what it is. It's just a meter. I don't know where my good one went. I brought it to VCF East, and it's in one of the bags I brought to that show. I don't know where the hell that is, though. I was going to look for it before the stream, but did not have time because I got stuck in traffic. What side of the board was I on? Where am I? There. Alrighty, let's try this again. Oh boy, it's good that you can't see anything I'm doing. Oh God, Stephen, you idiot! There, that's just point. There we go. That's a better view than something. Gone diddly on. All right, so we need to find this trace, which is right there. And then we have to go one below it to the left, which is actually making a connection to the other side. So that's what I wanted to confirm. Took a while, but we got there, folks. All right. Okay, so even though it looks crummy, we should be able to bridge that. Hopefully. Yeah, no, this is not the one with the oscilloscope built in, unfortunately. This is a very crummy one. It's the one I got after I got the Kaiweets because I wanted a second one. And it's a decent little multimeter. I usually like leave it in my car, or if I have to like go somewhere or whatever and I might need something. Sometimes I bring it with me. It's a good backup, but it's not perfect. Oh, what am I doing again? Something with soldering and computers. My back is aching. That's always fun. Now, you don't hunt yourself over a microscope in a while and your body forgets how to do that. Not that it's a good posture thing to begin with, but... Come on, you wire. No, stay there, please. Don't know if that's making it all the way through to the other side, but we will soon find out. Don't know if that poked through to the other side of the board. Alright, well, it seems to be making a connection. Alright, so I'm going to tidy up that other spot that is currently beeping out, but it's, you know, looks a little suspect. And then we'll put some voltage through it and see if anything changed. Probably not, you know, but you never know. You never know. If I did know, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd just be like, ta-da, I fixed it, bye. Ah, we're creating solder balls. Because that old solder is junk. Yay! That was a bad idea. I mean, all those pins are bridged together anyway, but still. Not really helping. What a mess I made, huh? Note to self, do not do anything like that ever again. Hi, it's Dana. How you feeling, Dana? This is yet another Angry 840AV from a viewer, Kyle, that was very patient with me back in 2022 or so. Oh, goodness. And needless to say, it's still not working. But we're gonna try it again now. Why not? Why not? No, this isn't the one of mine where it works, but the audio is sad. And it crashes the system. This is yet another one. This power supply is so freaking huge. Alright. We'll put a little piece of padding here so nothing touches anything on the bench. That shouldn't be touching anything. Whew. Hi. My back is like, why are you bending over at a microscope? They're all possessed. Yes, they are. Okay. Speaker lead. Speaker lead. Alright. We have blue scuzzy somewhere. Let me stand up. Oh, boy. You know what? Let's plug in video too. I have this little Big Mess of Wires video adapter, and lights come on if it detects a video signal. I doubt that's going to happen, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Alright, make sure nothing's touching anything else. Make sure nothing's going to catch on fire. Hopefully not. Focus, you dumb camera. There we go. All right. We need a power cord. And we'll see if that changed anything. 3, 2, 1. Got a signal there. Got a signal there. Let's see if we get anything. I doubt it. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any signals or anything, but it was worth a try. Unfortunately, this doesn't have any reset or interrupt buttons, so it's like hard to test that either. But we did get a blink there. Might just be a voltage thing. See if any of these chips are getting hot. The AT&T chip is getting kind of warm, but that's warm, not hot. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that chip is surrounded by capacitors. So that big VSLI chip. Let me switch the camera here because we're not going to see anything on video. Cap here, all surrounded by capacitors. Same with this. I mean, these were all replaced. So it's usually my rule of thumb is like draw a radius around the capacitors, and this chip are sus. I don't think I'm going to ever take this VSLI chip off because it's way too many pins. This one I would consider taking off. But I'm not sure how vital that is. Processor is getting a little warm. Yeah, alright, let's turn it off. Just hold the ROM in. Do I have that extra ROM here? Let's see. No, that's different stuff. I had a spare ROM sim for these systems. Yes, hold the ROM in. Ramen. Yeah, because I bought a spare one on eBay because it's the same one as a 660 AV. But yeah, I don't think it would be that. Let's see what it does without the ROM. Probably the same exact damn thing. Yeah. Oh boy. It's 3 o'clock already, my goodness. Alright, I'm going to go upstairs and grab a drink of water. I will be back in a few moments. I'm going to turn the Be Right Back music on, which means if you're wearing headphones, there might be a volume difference. So just a heads up there. Don't want to startle anybody. And let's see, a topic for you to discuss while I'm gone for a few minutes. What is your favorite early PowerPC Macintosh computer? And if you don't have a favorite, just lie to me. I'll be back in a few minutes. Volume might jump. Be right back. I'm back. Yeah, sorry, I looped the song. I went to pull out my 660 AV, which is here, and I'm like, oh, is this the one with the ROM in it? Turns out it's not. Also, turns out there's like an accelerator in this thing. I don't remember putting that in there. Maybe it came with it. It looked like it was pretty tight in there. I am just curious what the hell accelerator this is. Must be a G3 of some kind. But I cannot read the label, which is on the other side. But yeah, look at that. That's pretty neat. That would be a pain to undo to see exactly what it is, but I'll have to look at that off stream one time. 24160. I'll look up that number, see if that means anything. Because that is an interesting thing. Well, let's see. It could be just a processor upgrade, and there those bits go on the ground. Do not want to fall down. Okay. This says DT372 space M240/160. That comes up with absolutely nothing. Great. You'd think there would be stickers or something on this thing. Yeah, weird. I mean, I could have installed this. I just don't freaking remember. And there's no branding on it that says like Sonnet or whatever. At least from what I could see. Oh, Max Power. Max Power Technology Incorporated. MXP 6100. Let's look that up. MXP. Oh, newer technology. Let's see. Gosh, this is hard to read because the text is like right behind the metal bracket. Max, MAXPOWR, MXP 6100. Yeah. So it's let's look at this compatible card list. Because this is this not a 660 AV? Did I mix up the cases? It's very possible. Yeah, this is a 6100. So somehow I mixed up the the front of the case, or whoever gave me did. Yeah, because this is not a 660 AV. So maybe this is the 6100 that I updated at some... I can't remember anything. I know I had a newer technology... a Sonnet G3 card. But, it's a crummy AV. Oh, gabum. God, the white balance is making me look like so weird right now. Sorry. Max Power G3 PDS 6100. Yes, this is what this is. A 266 megahertz G3 upgrade. Neat. Oh, it's a reintroduction of the Max Power G3 266 and could either be 300 or 333. Released in the year 2000. My goodness, that's neat. Let's see, it's backside bus is 150 to 165. So if this label says 240, that might not be accurate. But it says either 300 to 330, varies depending on installed system. That's neat. All right, I'm going to put this back in here so we don't lose it. let me see if I could grab the actual 660 AV board, because I wanted to see if, if just swapping the ROM did anything. Unfortunately, I don't have another Quadra that has a ROM sim, but they take the same ROM. I know I bought one off eBay, but I don't seem to know where the heck I put that one. So, yeah, according to every Mac. But yeah, I guess it was still a market for such things. Yeah, because I have a stack, as Gutbum knows, I have a stack of these systems. And either I misread it. This could have been a 60... No. I was going to say this could be a 6100 AV, but it's not. Yeah. Well, there's still a battery in here, so let's get that the heck out of here. You can't see anything I'm looking at. I'm a terrible YouTube guy. Take that battery out of there. Battery has been diffused. And of course, we'll see how much voltage is left on there. Even if we're using the crummy multimeter, we have to sort that out. Oh my goodness. Oh, there goes my solder. Some say the 7500 isn't plagued by the bad caps issue. I think that all of these Macs will succumb to them at some point or another. Who knows what... which ones will be which next, but let's see. 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh no, here we go. 114 millivolts. Now that's a dead battery. Excellent. I know people who had to recap iMac G3s, so, who knows? Who knows? Oh my goodness. Well, this is not exactly as fun as I thought it would be, but yeah, let's check the rest of this VSLI chip, just because I know that fixing traces on it on my other machine helped it, so it's not above the realm. I did not put RAM in the board. Although I guess I should try that recently, because I haven't done that in a while. This power supply connector is so stiff. I wish I had an extension cord that worked for it. There's some RAM in my board over there. Let me go grab that one moment. Alright, so we have some memory here. Doesn't matter what slot it's in, it's not too picky. And we will get our power cable. Of course, our speaker isn't plugged in. Yeah, I'm not even hearing static on the speaker. Like on some Macs, the speaker pops. Aging components is why all these computers are sad. Just like me. I have aging components. No, that speaker works. I just used it the other day on an SC30. I know that works. We wouldn't get away that easy. Plus, if the speaker was working, that means the system would be booting. That means we'd get at least some video or activity on the SCSI bus. Yeah, it's possible, but I know that speaker particularly works. All right, let's Look for more crummy traces, huh? Well, that's fun. I forgot I did that. Ooh. Okay, that's crummy, but it's connected. Same with this. My goodness. Yeah, so a lot of these were not great. And again, this camera keeps moving. Apologies. Oi. Yeah, I know the pin was wiggling. That's why it has a bodge wire on it, because the pad under it is not happy. But it is connected. And thank you, Veronica, before for telling everyone to smash that like button. I meant to say that earlier and I got distracted because brain. Shut up, multimeter. Because brain no work no more. Let's just look at the rest of this thing. Yeah, you can see how crummy some of this looks. A lot of flux. What were you doing years ago, Stephen? What did you find here? Pulpo smash! Got a bunch of awesome people on the stream today. I just want to say I really freaking appreciate all of you. I really do. I think the only way to stay sane while trying to repair stupid things like this is to have a bunch of people just showing that they care and that they're interested and that they're trying to help you out or just enjoy what you're doing. So I appreciate the heck out of all of you. Thank you. Not seeing anything obvious here. I almost said the word oblivious. Just old crummy flux and pieces of crap that's not metallic, thankfully. Yeah, I think the rest of that chip seems to be okay. Problems may lie elsewhere. Let's inspect the solder on some of these chips. Some of these pads look very crummy. I mean, this does have a lot of green. And it was by this cap. Does this actually connect? Yes, it does. Okay. It's hard to tell with the silk screen sometimes. Let's take a look at this chip from the side. Oh boy. Let's tilt the whole microscope over, which you can't do if you tighten the thingamajig, Stephen. All right, there we go. All right, let's try and look at it from the side here and see if we could spot. I mean, I know the chip is yellow, gunky and gross or whatever, but okay, that is R42. Okay, we are in the wrong spot. We need to be over here. Yeah, there we go. Look at those. Yeah, I mean, they are connected. It's just the way the legs hook under. But I see some green under there, so maybe we'll just have to take the whole damn chip off. Sounds great. Okay, let's prepare the subject, which means just dousing it in flux. Oh boy. Yeah, I've never removed a VSLI chip with that many pins before. And I'm not about to experiment on this board. What I would probably do, I have some dead boards that have similar chips. I would probably try and remove one of those chips of that variety with that many pins and such from them before trying it on a customer board. I move that out of the way just because the heat gun, I don't have a lot of room to do that. And we'll turn our soldering iron off so we don't overload anything here. Yeah, exactly. Unless like the pads were just like disintegrating underneath, which some of them look bad, but not all of them are. I don't think I would go that crazy. But all right, let's give this a go. My goodness, that's a big chip. Oh, look at all that crap we have underneath. Delicious. Let's get that focused here. Yes, I will turn the fume extractor on. Next chip, I promise. Ugh. Put you over there. And let's clean this up a little bit. My goodness, that's a disgusting mess there. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, man, not seeing any broken traces, but some of these, like that pad might be broken, but that might have been from lifting the chip. But a lot of this doesn't look great. Like this row right here at the bottom near that cap could use some cleaning anyway, so. It's worth it to give it a look-see here. Yeah, I'm going to beep out everything. It's hard to tell because everything's so like coppery on this board. Oh yeah, look, that's all crap. There we go. They're cleaning up pretty nice though. But yeah, there was a lot of crud. So let's put some flux elsewhere here. And I want to thank everybody again for tuning in today. Having a lot of fun here. As much fun as can be with the crummy old Quadra board. Alright, now we're going to wick all of that away. Where did multimeter go? Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Behind me. Thank you. Yeah, Brock, these are great machines, but my goodness, are they a pain in the butt. Sorry. I don't know. Do not know what I'm doing with my cameras today. Oh boy. All right. Let's see. Go somewhere. That one's fine. The one in the center seems fine. Yeah. I don't know which pins that's connected to, but that's on the other side of the board. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. Beep, 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 beep. It's like I'm doing Morse code. Well, at least that area is cleaned up. It's funny, you can see sort of through the markup of the board here, but the Quadra 840 AV is like that. A lot of the areas are very thin. You can sort of see through them if you put light through them. So for example, if I took my phone here, ow, and I turn the lights down low, you could see if I were where am I pointing here? There we go. You could see through the board if you have a light source behind it, because that's just the way this board is. You could see through the layers of it. I think it's like a 6-layer board or something like that. So, yeah, not an easy board. All right, so let's clean up this chip and try and put it back on. We got some crud on here. Little bridge solder here or there when we're removing the chip. Yeah, I mean, look, this is... A lot of these things were probably not making the best connection. Oh boy. I wish the best to any... Oh, look at all that crud. Look at all of that. Look at that. Look. Best of luck to anybody brave enough to try and reverse engineer any of these AV boards, whether it's the 660 AV or the 840 AV, because there's a lot going on these. Ugh. Look pretty clean until you start doing that. Jack's like, delicious. All right, so we're going to put some flux here and sort of try and tidy up all of these pins. Syringe tip every single time. Gives me trouble. Shut up, you multimeter. All right, let's try and clean this up. This toothbrush, get the heck out of here. Like, keeps rolling out of nowhere. My goodness. I think the rest of that's okay. So let's try putting the chip back on and then be amazed when nothing different happens. Yay! Alright, so we have a reference board, just because I want to make sure. Yeah, there's a divot on the corner that goes towards the power supply thingamajig. And that's how we're going to position this chip. Right, let's put some more flux on the board. And I want to thank each and every one of you who support me on Patreon or YouTube membership. Because of you, I have the ability to dip into those funds to pay for supplies like flux and solder and chips and capacitors and all these things that have unfortunately gotten way more expensive over the past few years because of things. And yeah, although the top of those pins don't look the best, I think we'll be okay here. These are some of my least favorite chips to put back on because it is very difficult to get all the corners perfect. Just because of the way these things sit, it's hard to tell. So okay. So much fun. Having so much fun. Aren't we having so much fun? I'm having a great time. Help me, please. Oh, that's great. That's a bridge. Although those pins are supposed to touch. There we go. We don't like to do that. It looks unprofessional. If it was my board, I wouldn't care. Like, yeah, it's close enough. Oh, thank you, Brian Walker. He sent 5 Mac 84 gifts, membership thingamajigs from the YouTubes to various people. Various fine individuals. Thank you very much, Brian. That was very, very kind of you. I forgot you could do those sorts of things. Shows that I know. And don't forget, if you support me on Patreon or YouTube membership, you also get access to an exclusive podcast that me and my friend Colin of the YouTube channel This Does Not Compute do. So if you support either of us, you get access to that podcast. But specifically, if you support me, you'll see it on the YouTube membership page. There's usually a link that I post. Or if you're a patron, you'll see individual posts. The reason why it's distributed a little bit differently is because YouTube does not really allow you to share things as well as Patreon does. YouTube's whole membership thing wants you to share YouTube things, like video links, not really podcasts or anything. So that's just the way it is for now, but hopefully people are enjoying the benefit and finding that fun. We just recorded another episode the other day. That should be out within a few days or so. Oh, and Hardware Hacker gifted membership earlier. I probably did not see that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, YouTube does it at random. I don't think there's a way you could specifically say, I want to give the thingamajig to this thingamajig, whatever the heck. But that is very generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you to you all. I know I'm going to have to reflow some of these because I get the feeling they are not soldering as well as I would hope, but we'll get to that. Oh, this is going to be fun because this is right behind a component. I don't want to have to remove that component, but I might have to. We might have to do it, folks. Let's do it. I don't even know what the heck this is. It's a capacitor of some kind. Would help if my tweezers were actually doing what I wanted them to do. There we go. by heating one side quickly and then the other side quickly. Sometimes you could get these off without too much of a fuss. There we go. This will make it easier, hopefully. Now I'm going to just take this capacitor, move it over here, and I just want to take a look at the microscope and see how good or bad of a job we did with this. There we go. All right, so let's zoom out a little bit. I need to move this. Okay, let's see. How good or bad did we do here? All right, so those are the RAM chips. We overshot it. There we go. All right. Looks like those are all connected. It's hard to tell, but yes. All right, let's turn it this way. And again, it's always fun to try and find the spot, especially when you're at an angle. Yeah, those look okay. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Those seem to be okay. And last side here. Wrong chip. Oh, there's the idiot that comes by in his motorcycle or his car, and it's like backfiring constantly, and he thinks it's cool. Alrighty, so I think we're in good shape there. Time to put that little component back on before we forget. Thank goodness, it's 4 o'clock already. Time flies when you're being silly with computers, huh? All right, this little guy. Yes, I think it went like that. Thankfully, we have another board that we can confirm this before we make dumb mistakes. And yes, the one with the stripe should be to the left. So we will put that back. Maybe. Hopefully. Okay. And I'm just curious if there's any other chips that we may have missed, or any other spots that also look super crummy. Because, I mean, yeah, I could go crazy, and like this VSLI chip here is something we should look into again, because there's a cap right there. And some of these don't look great. There's some green on that, but just curious if there's any other spots we should test before jamming some power through this thing again. $1993 is not old, pal. Making me feel even worse. Those all seem fine. Those traces were all fixed because this one was fixed for that one there. Those all seem okay. Let's shove power through it. Nothing's going to change, but you never know. Something was moving outside. It's weird. Probably because of the wind, but I shouldn't have been able to hear that. Oops. Here comes the idiot with the motorcycle or whatever vehicle that is again. Backfiring every 4 seconds. It scares the little bunny rabbit upstairs. He doesn't like the noise. Give us the fireworks. Hey! Nice to see you again. I will try, but hopefully no fireworks. You took a nap. Is it working yet? Go back to sleep. All right. Well, we're going to... Oh, sorry. I really need to oil that again. We'll see if it does anything differently. Three, two, one. Nope. Let's take the memory out. Does not seem to have made one lick of a difference. Sorry, so easily noticed. My squeaky microscope is squeaky. Tell me your secrets. I'm going to plug that video cable in again, just for funsies. Yeah, she's still sad. Darn it. Well, 60 of you are still watching, so I'm going to keep going, but... Oh, goodness. What do you mean there's no built-in RAM? I believe there is. Yes, there is. Well, no, on the Quadra 800 there. Well, let's confirm. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time. 840AV. Oh yeah, there is no built-in memory. Well, that explains why, you know. Let's move around. Why did I... Oh, I'm thinking of the 800. I think the 800 has yeah, 800 has 8 megs of built-in memory. The 840AV has no built-in memory, but well, these are the RAM slots here. This is the video memory. It has video memory built in, so we don't have to worry about that. The video memory, I think, is like I think it has like half a meg or something like that. But yeah, and here's the ROM sim, and right next to this is the RAM. It shouldn't need matching pairs. It should make a noise no matter what, but just for funsies, we shall try it. Again, I don't think it's going to do much. I'd love to be pleasantly surprised. Yeah, she's not so happy. Yeah, see, what threw me off is I'm not used to having the board with the ROM sim. Usually my ROMs are built in right here. So I'm used to having one stick of memory here. But since the ROM sim was there, I was like falsely like, oh no, it only needs one, but I forgot that you need both. So I'm going to take these out just so it's easier for me to work on the board again. No, I don't need an installed VRAM sim. This is all video memory. This is video memory, and this is video memory. This is all video memory here. In fact, my 840AV did not come with video memory, and it works great. I mean, it works except for the sound, but it works. Your schematic is unfortunately wrong. The video memory is in the middle here, and the computer memory is here. Or it could just be placed differently, weirdly in the schematic. I'm not saying you are misleading anybody. I'm just saying... Ow. This speaker also is a pain in the butt. Let's see, can I just like bend those wires so I don't have to use a stupid extension cable every time? Because I don't necessarily trust that. Yeah, so you could just slide this in. A little bit better, yeah. Now we have to test it again. I doubt it's going to make a difference. Blah, 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 computers. But, you know, definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And we have no ROM because I just took that out and put it, put it here behind me, you know. Have to put the ROM in first, dum-dum. Yep, same thing. All right. A full can oscillator near the CPU. Well, thing is stuck there. I mean, there's crystals here and here. And there's this one here. I'd have to look up the schematics and test that. Right now, I'm thinking it's more of a like a capacitor leakage issue type thing, rather than something else. But it very well could be. Let's move that speaker over here. I am basically like looking where the caps are and drawing a radius around with my eyes. And some of this looks very jank, and I'm not saying it isn't, but whoopsies, wrong one. Like I have a floating capacitor here, which is physically connected. But I left it off of there for a reason. I redid this. Remember taking that off. Let's get my multimeter here. Make the chat larger so I can read the darn thing. Okay. I'm not saying this is beautiful, but it's like, you know, just trying to see. Oh, that's kind of gross on there. Ugh. Yeah, unfortunately there's a lot of blasting going on here. Did I reflow these already? Some of these don't look too hot at all. Holy crap. Did I not reflow the power connector? Yeah, it looks like I did at some point. Yeah, but the top is a bit ugh. That's hard to get an iron in into a lot of those spots. But I can try just to clean them. It's not gonna, I don't think it's a thing worth preventing anything from happening. But because they are connected on the bottom. It only connects to one, it only needs to be connected on one spot. And we are getting power to the board, which is one of the things I am sure of, because the SCSI is getting power, the video connector is getting power, so. And this has big old sucking power heat ground plane deals. So, and that's all dirty. I might explain why we didn't clean this up. Yeah, I mean, I think those are fine as long as they're making the connections where they should. Yeah, I mean, the problem is it's in order to get like quote unquote scans, I'd have to just like go through at a microscope very slowly, and this isn't flat enough to really get good images from like a flatbed scanner or anything like that, which would be ideal. But if you had one of these with no components on them, makes it a lot easier. See, that looks suspicious there, that little black dot. But I bet that's absolutely nothing. Well, that one might not be nothing, but this one... No, there's stuff there. Dang. I was like, ooh, did we find a break? The answer is no. I will test it anyway with the multimeter before it decides to turn itself off again because it's very rude. Yeah, those seem fine. Let's see. I mean, I know those vias look like crap, but I believe I've tested those. That looks absolutely disgusting. I think that's more of just like dried flux and crap. Yeah. Oh boy. Just checking the bottom. Yeah, we had a few little fixes on the bottom there. Sorry. Camera positioning is not going well today. Now, what I was doing in this area... Looks like, oh yeah, I remember removing that chip and putting that back on. Look at that little green via by the processor. All right, that cleaned up a little bit. Let's beep that out. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, come on. Wrong one. Goes here. That one not making a connection? Let's see. Oh, we found another break. And it's a via. Yay! That's just gone. Ugh. Do I know what this chip does? No, but I know that that is not a happy via. So maybe we could just shove some wire underneath. Let's see where that goes. So we have 2 and then space and a third. That is on this side. Where the heck is that? That is right here. Yes. Okay, so at least I know where that is. I believe that's this one here. I'm going to do what drives my friend Bruce insane, and I'm going to wrap wire from one side of the board to the other. I do this temporarily because it's not a permanent fix, and if I make it all neat and everything, I know the repair gods will be like, haha, that was not it. You wasted your time. And you know they're right. Okay. Sorry, I know you can't see anything right now. Give me 1 second. Just goes to show you there are plenty of traces to fix still on this board. Boy, howdy are there. Let's make sure I got the right one. No, I did not. I scraped away the wrong one because I am an idiot. That's okay, the box is empty. Yeah, so this side of the board is a little bit taller than the other side, therefore I cannot really share what I'm doing easily, and it's harder to do that without messing with the microscope a bunch. Ow. But let's see if it'll... Yeah, that's not too bad. There we go. Not going to be perfect, but that's okay. Don't really need it to go in the hole there. It would be nice just, you know, to keep it all tidy, but if we could just get you attached for the purposes of this test, beautiful. That is fine by me. Alright, so now we have to burn off all the enamel of that wire, which is sometimes easier said than done. It should be hot enough to do it. Come on. Alright. Now we just need some flux there. And then we could stick the new wire where that is. All right. There's a lot of crud here. I wonder if that one's actually making a connection to the bottom. Look at all the crud we're finding. It's so exciting. It's a crud-tastic world. There's still metal there. There's still metal. There's a lot of green. A lot of green pieces of crud. But there is still metal. Oh yes, I remember this being a lot of fun. Like ghosts of repairs that I've done in the past. Oh, let's try it again, shall we? Maybe this is the last time. I don't know. My back is starting to hurt something bad. Oh, and my neck, just, leaning over and messing with the board. It's, what's it, 4:30? So we've been going for a few hours now. Let's see what YouTube says. 2 hours and 44 minutes. Don't forget the people who said I stream too long. Your videos are too long. Oh, they're not going to like this one. Alrighty. That's the video cable. That's not what I want. I want the power cable. Now we're going to plug the Blue SCSI in just for fun. We'll go to the other camera. Whoops, wrong camera. Switch over in a moment. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. Yeah, there we go. All right, so there. Now it's focused. Speaker, and power go. Absolutely nothing. Yay! I'll plug video in just in case we're feeling feisty. It did not chime, you goof. I wish. That means I can stop. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of little bits here. It's so hard to tell what could be the problem. Could be multiple things, you know? Just try another memory slot. I'd be happy for a sad Mac at this point. Yeah, it's you never know with these types of things. Why is that just sitting there like that? What the heck was that all about? There's a wire attached to a leg. I'm not going to touch that. I don't know what I did. Maybe that leg broke off. I don't know. Huh. Trying to see if I see anything else that stands out. I mean, all by the egret area does not look nice either. We're going to switch boards. Because I don't know if I can see anything else. I mean, I'm sure I could do a lot more probing tests. I could I need to look up things. You know, I could check what the egret is supposed to spit out at what pin. I could see if the CPU is doing resetty stuff or whatever. That would require me to go more into that side of things. But I'm not seeing anything terrible that would... I mean, look, this board is seeing some crap. I don't know, what is this about? Why is... Oopsies. Whoa. Almost put my fist into the power supply there. That would not have been good. What the heck was all this about? What was I doing over here? I need to find that old stream. Probably answer a lot of questions. Okay. So I was linking that. Did that pad not even go in? Did that pin not going anywhere? Oh, that was the pad, and then... Oh, I see what I was doing. Well, let's fix that, maybe. I don't know. I think this was just like... enough kissing that... Where the hell was that going either? Oh, maybe I just never finished this. That's probably what happened. I never connected this to that. Into the chip. Yeah, alright, so I have to... I don't know how important these bits are here, but I'm going to remove this here. Just because I don't want to break that pad. Yeah, I'd have to drill into this chip here. Or potentially swap that chip with... another known good one. Yeah, this had like 3 legs that had fallen off. See, you forget you do these things. Let's do what I probably did ages ago, is look up more information about what the heck this is. It could be a standard part, or it could be something very bespoke, or it could be something that I have on another board somewhere. So this is a MC8891 6D W80. It's a clock timing chip, and it's no longer manufactured. It's an obsolete chip. But that doesn't mean we can't find them. So there's a Tinker Different thread where people have talked about sourcing replacements. I'm just reading a thread here. Yes, this is a timing chip that's probably important for something. I don't know if I have the exact replacement. JDW on Tinker Different is talking about this in his Mystic, which is his LC575. I don't think I have an LC575 parts board, or I would use that. Yeah, clock timing sounds important. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I have a board here. So, in that regard, let's switch boards really quick. This is a green board. I think this is one of mine. Yes. I don't think we fixed this one, but I am curious how it, if anything happens at all, when we try and shove power through it. Because I can't remember if this is a functional board or not. I'm just going to leave it on my lap, because that's how you test things, right? There's no freaking room on this bench to do much else. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're still live, Ron. We noticed that a timing chip on this board is not happy, so we're going to test this other board I have. I forget if this one works or not because the label fell off. And I just want to see if this chimes or something, then I'm going to temporarily borrow the timing chip from this one. As one does. Oh, I hate how this speaker does not fit into the thingamajig properly. And I made like this little DuPont extension, and that didn't really do it. So I'm just going to bend the pins because it's my board, I don't care. There we go. And we're just going to send power through this other green board that's on my lap. I'm just curious if this makes any happy noises. Or if my lap catches on fire. No, this board is not happy either. Oh boy. Let's see if we get any power on the blue scuzzy. Yes, we do. Let's see if we get any video. I have that plugged in. Might as well try that. Where's the thingamajig? Thank you very much, Ron. Eep! Well, it's 840 AV. There's your problem. If it was a bad memory module, you would get a sad Mac tone or something. Now, I will say this board is in beautiful shape. This is a green board, much easier on the eyes to spot problems. And it is, I do not see any spots to my naked eye, except for maybe that chip over there or whatever, that would suggest problems. Because everything else, I mean, this, if this board doesn't work, I mean, come on. Yeah, I think this I got from VCF Midwest, from Ted. This was in one of the Quadra 840 AVs that they were trying to get working. Yeah, I reflowed those connectors there. Beautiful, beautiful not working condition. Oh, this power supply loves to want to just fall off the desk. Go over there. Bad power supply. Think about what you did. I mean, this is probably the best condition 840 AV board that I've seen. All of the solder looks shiny. Sorry, I'll point back on the board. And see, on this board, you would be able to spot bed traces a little bit easier. At least that's the hope. And again, just following the trajectory of these caps, the components near them appear to be in a good state or good enough. There's a little solder ball there. But we know that that timing chip is not in the best shape, and it's missing 2 or 3 legs, which is great. I'd love to just swap that out for this one, but I really don't want to make a mess of this board. I mean, it's not working currently anyway, but still. Let me look at cap trajectory. I'm going to grab a, I think I have a Centris 6 whatever. I think it might have that same chip. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right, we have 2 Centris 650 boards. Oh yes, that was a wonderful gift. The name escapes me at the moment, but they do great mock-up boxes, and that was just an extraordinary thing. So I have 2 650 boards. Not sure if they would have this same chip there, but you know. Oh, I found a very close one. As I'm saying that, MC88916DW70, and that's a DW80. Let's see if this one is the same. This is a DW55, but these should be the same boards. Yeah, so maybe let's read that little thread here, and I will put in the chat if you folks are curious enough to follow along, because this board had a lot of memory removed from it, and would not feel too bad borrowing a chip from here. And this says DW80 chip. Yes, they are DW55s, and I have some DW80s as well. Never confirmed they're good. I can't remember the source. Let's see. Let me just skip here. Looks like it's related to SCSI stuff, or at least on that. La 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 la. Hopefully this is entertaining. You wish you could hear the thread. Sloopy. Did I mute myself? No, thank goodness. Scared me, Sloopy. Bad Sloopy. Let's see. And okay, so there are two chips, DW55 and this DW80. So maybe there's a difference between them. I don't know what I'm looking at, so let's see. What's this, 70? Yes. Are both phase-locked clock drivers originally manufactured by Motorola, later Freescale. Only functional difference is their maximum rated operating frequency. 80 is rated for 80 megahertz. DW70 is rated for 70 megahertz. Yeah, so that won't work. Let's see if there's another one of these. It looks like that chip is for NUBUS card timing, at least at very quick glance and position of the board and where all the traces are going to. But it's also near the processor, so it could also be a processor thing. Who the frig knows? So I have two options here. I can either mercifully, for the word, Dremel through the chip and make a mess and see if we could even try that and see if that that will fix anything, or I could just swap the chip with another one, see if that fixes it. Which sounds more fun? Where is my Dremel? Oh, there it is. I don't know if it has the right bit in it though. Let's see. Yeah, that's the smallest bit I have. I guess I could go from the top and come down. Well, it's a bad chip. It's a bad chip. What are you gonna do? Why won't this plug go into the outlet? There we go. I can't hear you over the sound of me drumming into the chip. Oh boy. Sorry, I forgot where I'm pointing, and I'm an idiot. Please hold. Sorry. I'm all swearing you to secrecy. Damn it. Stop doing that. What I'm going to do is put something to protect the thingy. I don't have a 20th anniversary Mac. Someone was supposed to find one for me a long time ago, and I guess they never heard back. And that's okay. I don't necessarily need one. I wouldn't say no to one. They would be neat to have, but I don't need one. I have a very full collection of garbage. I mean e-waste. I mean computers, as it is. So yeah, it would be cool to have one, but I'm not chomping at the bit for one. I should turn the volume down. I'm sorry. Didn't occur to me until I'm like, hey, that's loud. See, we have oh, crap, sorry. Let me move this so I'm in a more comfortable position and I can adjust things, and then, okay, I'm lowering the volume. Remind me to put it back when I'm done. This might take a little while. All right, I am getting closer. I want to sort of come from the top of it just so I could have more of a chance of catching it, because right now there's just little nubs there, as you might be able to see. Oh, it's so exciting, isn't it? Hope I'm making John proud. He's probably crying. Oop. Note to self, do not do that where your finger is. Yeah, the volume's low because I'm making a lot of noise. So much fun. Whoops. Not exactly a science. Alright, that might be almost there. So there, and then I have to do the one at the end too. Well, I'm trying. I'm not the best here, but I'm trying. Thank you. And if I get close enough, then I think I could just use the scalpel. Yeah. That might be big enough to adhere to now. And then I think there's one missing on this side too. That one is really difficult to see. I don't see any copper there. Let's see. Yeah, I think I could totally grab onto the right one. Might have enough space on that one too. But this one I don't even see. I don't even see where I'm supposed to be on that one. Let me use some light from this side. That is very hard to tell. We're gonna have to turn this on the side, I think. Squeaky noise coming. Maybe. Oh, isn't that squeaky that time? All right. Let's see. Where are we? Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit there. Not sure if that's enough to stick to, but we can try. Oi! Fun, fun, fun. Okay, I need my little tweezers and such, which are hidden all around here now. There's the tweezers. So I'm going to try, so first clean up this area. And then I think I should be able to get some wires into these spots. We'll see. I don't know. Let's try first. What I'll do is put some flux here. Don't do what I do. Oops. Oh, tweezers. See if I could just get that to stay there. And then if I could just convince that other wire to stay there. Just like that. I have to do that for the other one. Nope, yep, see it came off already. Let me put some flux on it first and try and just stick some solder there first off. And then we'll go from there. I don't have Gup on here telling me to clean the tip. Yeah, we got some good solder on there. Got a little bit on there, not too much on the other side. So let's see if we can do this. I think that's as good as we're going to get it. So I'm going to cut that. Where did I put the darn scalpel? There it is. It's under the board. Alright, just give that a very gentle nudge. Yeah, that is connected. Hooray. Oh, soldering iron fell out of the thing. All right, let's try the other one. These wires are very teeny tiny. So, but at least I got this, the bottom one soldered here. I don't want to undo the other one, so I got to be very careful here. All right. Let's try this again. Oh, that's great. Look at that. That's strong. All right. I don't care that it's meandering over here. It's not going to hurt anybody. There we go. And the last one is this little guy there, which I think has some solder on it. Alrighty. We will try. Right, that's a good anchor point. I don't know if this one has enough there to grab onto, but we'll try. Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me about the sound. Turning sound up now. The sound has been turned up. Hopefully that's good enough. I will adjust it in a moment. Thank you for reminding me. I mean, I think that's there. I think that's stuck there. Let's use our little multimeter to confirm things, huh? And watch, this will make no difference when it comes to turn it on. Sure, let's send it. Let's see what happens. Sorry if it's squeak, sorry if it's squeak. Okay. So we have to try our memory module again. Yeah, it's one of those, Jeff. All the Quadra 840AVs I've ever experienced, I don't know if it was just the way the vias were designed or how small the traces are, but yeah, it is always a problem. We did enough repair, I think, to warrant another try to see if we get anything. Oh, it's because he's in my pocket. All right, so let's put that there. I'll switch the camera so we can look at the board. Speaker should fit. There we go. Where's the other one? Oh, this. I don't think we need the video, but I'm going to plug it in just because it's here, and that has an additional light on it. So we have the ROM installed, we have the RAM installed, and the power supply needs a power cord. Too many cords. All right. The power supply is always teetering on something. Nothing's touching this. 3, 2, 1. Same exact damn thing. Oh boy. Switch over to the VGA capture. And nothing else is new. Doesn't seem like it is. So we do get a blink on the VGA adapter. We do get power on the SCSI bus, which is a good thing. But the system is still not happy. I'm going to try holding the ROM socket a little bit. Nothing. Try moving the memory module. Even without the memory module, you should get a SADMAC chime. Yeah, nothing. So we still got something going on here. Jeez, these are hard nuts to crack, my friends. Oh boy. I don't know how much more productive work I could do on this. You know, just trying to see exactly what's going on. Or where, you know, things aren't connected anymore. You know, I fix those. Yeah, I'm sure there are more vias and junk that are just dirty or not making a connection through, but it's like there's a lot of non-essential things here. And that is probably touching something it shouldn't. There we go. Did the 840AV do the car crash sound? I think that was a different one. I forget which one did the car crash sound. I think it was the early Power Max, and they scared the crap out of me. What somebody needs to invent is a Nubus chip card thing that you plug in there, and it does all a bunch of diagnostics better than the Snooper one does. No, I don't think the chip is the cause of it. You know, if that was like a crucial chip, then I would say, yeah, let's try and swap it out. I could be convinced to swap out the egret chip here, but again, that looks okay. You know, there's a few other things here, like this is, I think, another clock timing thing, but I have removed that, and I soldered that back on. What I need to do, I think, is go back to the video where I started this particular one, and I have to find that and see what I did already, because I don't want to retread where I've gone before. So far, we took out this little U28 chip, and then this U24 chip, and then you know, we were poking at some other things because those look particularly nasty. But I'm not seeing anything else that's screaming out to me that, oh my god, it's damaged. But then again, we have a green Quadra 840AV board that looks perfectly fine, and that's also not posting. So there has to be something weird. I would love to do that if I knew where the heck my darn multimeter was. But maybe I'll find it tomorrow, and maybe we'll do another stream on this. But I need to find the stuff that I brought to VCF East, because that multimeter is somewhere. But, yeah. Ugh. How long have we been streaming? I think it's like 4 hours. I'm starting to get nuttier than usual. Yeah, 3 hours and 31 minutes. So I might give up on this, but let me try just a few more things. Ugh. And I know I have that other scope from my good pal Gut Bomb, but I'm still convinced there's something that's not making a good connection. I mean, obviously there is, but oh boy. Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Yeah, so I know here was a bit of a crapshoot. This was all disgusting, but I remember removing those chips. Yeah, I even ran some wires to do some testing, but everything was actually making a good connection. That via, I think, was still connected to the bot, or maybe I stopped doing that. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, let's unplug this speaker here. And where is that? That's a corner over here. All right. I bought an AirTag like thing, and I think what I'm going to do is just like glue it to that multimeter. They were these car designed AirTags by Armor All or whatever. They were $7.99 at the junk store for a pair of them, and they charge via USB-C. So I was like, yeah, that's interested enough to see if that's worth it. Why isn't that making a beep? Because that's where the wire, I originally had a wire. Oh, that's not going there anymore. Why did you cut that, Steven, you idiot? You know, it's probably like, oh, maybe it goes to the other. I don't know what I was thinking. Hold on, let's try this again. So that's this guy here. Let's see, where's this go? Yeah, it's still making a connection. Kind of, maybe? I cannot see this. Oh, where's the scrapey scrape? Now let's try it. Nope. Where the heck is that supposed to go? Let's find another board here. We have Ron's board willing to perform an assist. Which also has the same problem or suspect looking thing right on it. Where are we? Down. C111 171. Alright, so that leg should be going right to that capacitor. And it's not. Alright, so I don't know why I undid that. Maybe because I thought I fixed it. But it's not. It should be connected there, and it's not. And that's a voltage regulator. Voltage is not going to a thingamajig, or coming out of a thingamajig, or going into a thingamajig. So let's just fix that majig, huh? So we have wire there, and then we have this that's supposed to go there. This is going to be fun. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh yeah, we're still going. Much to the dismay of that one guy that left a comment that said, "Your videos are too long. Your live streams are too long." Burn off of that enameled wire. Yay! Now let's see if it makes the happity beeps. Happity beeps? Beepity beeps? Yes, it is. All right. Let's try it again, shall we? My video is very blue. Oh, now it's not blue. Yay! Weird computers. Okay. Power supply. Should just have one of these bolted onto the desk at this point. In fact, let's move all this crap out of the way. There we go. As things fall off the desk, that's fine. Everything is totally fine. Let's shove a speaker there. Let's shove the video there. We have RAM, we have ROM, we have a power cord. Let's try again. 3, 2, 1. I kind of felt like it was going to do something that time, and it did not. Boo! Oh, just for fun, let's just check the video capture thing. Nothing. Let's take out the RAM, see if it does a sad Mac thing. see if we plug the speaker in backwards. I don't know anymore. Nope, does not seem to be doing anything different, unfortunately. So SCSI has power, the VGA is blinking that it's getting some either power or it's waiting for something. What a pain in the butt. Still going, still no happiness here. Huh. Really? What it's yeah, 840 no AV. What I think is good. That's really clever. What I think is likely the cause is there's probably just like some via that's just not connected to the other side, and I wonder. Come on. I wonder. Squeak. Probe. This little guy there, is that related to you? No. What about you? Oh, okay. So that makes a connection. And you make a connection. So everybody's happy making a connection. Yay. Alright, what's this other pin of the voltage regulator goes where? The other side of that cap. Okay. Interesting. So both legs of that voltage regulator go to the same thing? Well, they're on each sides of a capacitor. I guess that does a thing. I don't know. I'm no scientician. But it didn't explode or get super hot or anything, so we got that going for us. Yeah, well, I'm stubborn. And it's not mine, it's a client's, so I'm not going to throw out anybody's stuff for them. God knows I have a lot of junk I should have thrown out years ago. I'm not one to judge. I mean, I think I dremelled successfully into those, so that's good. Oh, this board is so difficult to see. Even that green one would probably give me trouble. Well, it is actually, but yeah. And let's return our attention to whatever we did here in the past. Because I'm curious if this was actually fixed or I just assumed it was. Oh, that leg is moving. That's not good. Although it's still saying there's continuity there. Probably not a good amount, but, you know, technically, I guess, sort of. We'll try and put that back in its place. Might not be easy to do, but we're going to try it. Let's see. Go back to our microscope view. Yep, I'm changing. Yeah, we were looking at this area before. This leg all the way over there. There we go. I thought that was a sharp point. It is not. Let's try another thing. This should just be flux and junk. Yeah, there's no metal connectivity there or anything like that. But oh boy, who's still in the chat? Who's still soldiering on? I appreciate you. Give me some signs of life. I'm going insane. Oh, that one moved too. Isn't that nice? All the little legs are moving today. And the multimeter is even like, I'm out of here. I don't know. $55 watching. My goodness. Well, I'm glad I'm keeping everyone company. Thank you for sticking around. Let's see if that did anything. All right, well, that's making a connection seemingly. Let's try these. It's come to this. We are checking each and every pin on this stupid thing. Seems to be cleaned. Oh boy. It don't matter. None of this matters. Oh boy. The beep. Well, I do appreciate the help. I'm not the best at looking at schematic either. I have to sort of stare at it for a while, then I remember what some of the symbols mean, then I have to do some Googling and stuff like that. But it looks like at least we fixed one wiggly leg there, which, you know, it's got that going for us. Let's try it again, shall we? Okay, got the blue scuzzy there. We got our speaker doodle, which I put somewhere. There it is. All right. And we got our power cord, which is that's not our power cord, that's our Dremel. It don't matter. None of this matters. I have a shirt that says that, buddy. Also, tell me how old your profile picture on YouTube is. Nothing. I'm just curious. I'm going to just put some pressure on that chip. Nothing. Put some pressure on this chip. Nope. What about on the AT&T chip? Nope. Oh boy. The 2017. Oh, Ian. It does work. I tested on Ian's SE30 the other day. Unless the SE30 broke it. Hey, Garth. Welcome back. We also have a Big Mess of Wires VGA video dealy doohickey. Let's check our things. 640 by 480 will be 1 and 4, which is what this is, and automatic sync is 7 and 8. So let's just shove that back on there too. It was popping the speaker, yes. It was making horrible noises before, but it was popping the speaker after we cleaned the sound chip. I have too many OBS scenes. There we go. Go and power again. Oh, my neck. My neck is like, no more 840 AVs. You know, I should grab the, is it upstairs or did I bring it down here? I should grab the thermal camera deal. Just see if anything changed. Yeah, let me go grab that. I'm going to put the Be Right Back music on. It's going to be maybe the volume a little bit different than what you're used to. So just, Garth. So just hang on. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Just want to see if I can find this thing. And then we'll probably wrap up. right, I have my little flare thermal camera. The battery's dead, but I have a USB-C cord going into it. See if that's enough to tell us anything. I don't know. You got hungry and ate my chips. Oh, come on. Told you to stop doing that. It is blinking, which means it might need to charge up. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll let that charge for like a few minutes. We just need it to work for one time, I guess. Any suggestions of where to look on this board? This is such a mess. I really don't want it to be like one of these digital signal processor guys, because they just, I mean, they don't look pretty on this board. I've cleaned so many of these pins up. Let's switch back to the microscope so you folks can see. I mean, it's all greenies. All of them. Trina, how about you describe what that is so I don't have to click on it? Thank you. It's not like I'm live streaming or doing anything productive. Where the hell did my tools go? Blaming this on you, Trina. You distracted me. And there's a lot of old flux and disgusting crap here, but nothing a good cleaning wouldn't fix. We could check every single via. Oh boy. Usually the points that I find to be the weakest are the corners. Those all seem fine. Technical information booklet. I bet you that's just something that there's a PDF of online. Oh no, this is just, yeah, this is just like RAM configurations and blah blah blah. Yeah. No, Ian, no. You know, you were just in the basement and saw how much garbage there is I need to clean up. I need to make some room and move crap around before I can do anything useful with anything new. Where the hell could the problem be here? I mean, there's so many places. I mean, just look at this. That was fun to Dremel into there and put all those things there. And then run that to there. This to there. So many little green bits. And there's this chip here. Which so these digital signal processors. So fun. Oh. That one's not really nailed down either. Oh boy. That will require a tetanus shot. Whoopee! The fun part will be, how do I just get that heated up without destroying anything else here? That seems to have done it. Kyle, are you still in the chat? I know I saw your message when I stepped away there before. That you were watching me fix your board. You don't have to dox your own yourself. I just realized. But I didn't say anything else. Just the first name. Sorry. But just curious if you're still here. See all the fun we've been having. Oh boy. These pins don't necessarily seem bad, but they're all goopy. Ooh, green meanies. That's old flux and crap. Toothbrush went somewhere. There it is. On the floor, of course. All the best tools end up on the floor. Let's give it power again. Why the heck not? I have zero expectations, but stranger things have happened. 3, 2, 1. Nope. Let's try without the RAM module. Oh, that's weird. The chat was scrolled up. Sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry, I didn't see any of the chat. I'm dumb. Yes, I'm still going back. I'm trying to make up for John not streaming today. Oh boy. I'm just like questioning everything now. See, here's Ron's board. Ron's board looks like it's in pretty darn good shape, and it also wasn't happy. I'd say let's switch over to Ron's board. But I feel like I'm giving up on this board. Wouldn't it be great if Ron's board just worked? Let's try it. Just, you know, for funsies. I can't confirm that the ROM is good because I don't know where my ROM is right now. We can assume that it's good. The RAM should be good. If the RAM was the problem, we'd have audible confirmation of that. The CPU is getting warm. It should be fine. I believe at some point in the past I did remove the CPU. Okay. But yeah, it's good to confirm assumptions here. I just I'm going by memory. I need to look up the live stream that I last did for this because I don't remember a lot of it. Okay. Speaker plugged in, RAM plugged in. This one has a built-in ROM. This is Ron's board. This is a different board, folks, just in case it does anything different. This is a completely different board than the one we've been working on. I just want to see if this does anything different. 3, 2, 1. And that's the problem with these stupid Quadra 848Vs. They do the same damn thing. You get power, you get light on like the SCSI bus or something, and that's it. They're just not happy about something or something. I don't know. All right. Let's see if we can spot anything with our clean eagle eye vision on Ron's board that we did not whenever the hell was the last time we looked at this thing. It's good to look at another thing. Oh yeah, he had a fun trace bake by the ROM, so that's great. By the memory module. A few traces had to be fixed there. Let's poke some of these. The Quadra 800 I think is slightly different, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I mean, these are not great, but they are connected. But I will nudge each one. Damn, the pick and place machine was slightly crooked on this one. I'm going to probe my multimeter. On some of these pins. I remember doing rework in that area. Looking at each of these is like bad memories. Any progress? No, we've found some broken traces. We dremeled into a chip to replace things and stuff, and it's absolutely no difference at all. Yeah, I don't think any of those are a problem. Let's see if any of these are problematic. And there's so much crud between each and every one of these legs. Yeah, I see a solder ball there, but I don't think that would be causing the problem. I remember fixing that. Let's clean that up a little bit. Oh, that looks like so much fun here. My goodness. Wowee. That cap really did a number on this, didn't it? If I go any longer, Bruce is going to wake up and he's going to know I'm streaming. Where the hell did that supposed to... Oh, that went to a via here. But where did that... Hold on. Let me check on a good board here. Well, not a good one, but a different one. That has a little via that's there. Oh, I see. I went down into that via, so that should be fine. I assume. I am starting to lose my mind. I can't even fit the damn scalpel here. Oh boy, come on. Yeah, some of these have little spots, but they all seem to be making connections. Oh, you stupid multimeter. I know, makes an ass out of you and me, but you know. I scraped away these here so we could test with our multimeter. I know the view is not great. I have to fix the microscope focus and I have to clean it. I apologize. But let's see. Stupid multimeter, I swear. I hate this one. Did we find a break? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Sorry. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Go from the outside in. Don't know if that's actually making a connection. It is. All right. Oh boy. Well, I think those are all making a connection, so that's not... Problem isn't there, I suppose. Very curious. Oh boy, oh boy. Lousy Quadras. Can't do anything right. You don't scare me, that could be anyone's ass. Alright, let's try it again. Just for fun. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, the 650 and the 800s are thankfully rock solid. I think this has like 4 or so digital signal processors, and I'm guessing that my assumption here, just like a wild guess from working on so many of these damn things, I think that because there's so much complex circuitry with all those digital signal processors, there's some check or whatever it's going through, and if one of those things is just out of whack, it's just not happy. I'm going to also flip the speaker upside down. Just for funs. The 660 AV. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we could play with that at some point. Yeah, let's test our thermal guy here. See if we have enough charge. Yeah, that was a lucky find, Ian. All right, so on this 840 AV, one of the hottest things is next to the NuBus card slot, and then both the VSLI and AT&T chips are pretty toasty at around 100 degrees. And the battery's low on this stupid thing. Let's plug that back in. Let that charge for a second. So I took photos of that. Now I'm going to plug in the other one again. The Steve sticker on it. And we'll see if we get any differences. I really hate how tight the ATX connector is on these. I feel like that's like causing a lot of unnecessary stress. My goodness, it's 6 o'clock. I'm going to wrap it up after this test here. Not to say I'm not going to be working on these boards again in the near future. I will know more soon. I'd love to get another crack at these. It just, they're very satisfying to try and figure out a problem. Not so satisfying when they don't friggin' work. But, all right, let's try this again. I need to get a better thermal camera. When I get a new iPhone, this will not work on it. And the battery in this seems to be going. I didn't put the speaker in, you dum-dum. You'd never know. this is the second board. I'm going to put a 2 there. Yeah, and we seem to get about the same warm-ups. So I'm going to text myself these pictures. Okay, how do I want to do this? Okay, I'm going to text this to myself. And this board is, which one was that we just had? That was Ron's board. Okay. And then the next one is Kyle's board. I signed your Xserve. Did I? I can't remember. Steve just picked up an SE30 that is booting but having some horizontal jail bars ever so often. Just found your CMAC guide, and holy dog cow, is that ever a nice reference. Well, thank you very much, Rufio. That is, I will take the credit and the thanks for it, but a few other very, very kind people in the community did so much work to that. I was merely instrumental in getting it over the finish line, but I will accept your kind words. Thank you. So what I'm doing now is just going to grab an image that I just sent from my thermal camera, if I could spell correctly. Oh, 1 second, just responding to something. Sorry, there's the pictures. I got distracted. Somebody texted me. Okay, so these are pictures from Ron's board. And let me just organize these because they're all going to look the same once I drag them to this folder. Okay, and this is Kyle's board. Okay, and I will rename these to those Kyle and rename these Ron. Okay, so now if we take care, Veronica, thank you very much for stopping by. Super appreciate it. It's been a long show. I'm going to wrap up soon. I really am. Okay, so the resolution on this is not the best, but okay. So this is Ron's. We'll that in text. Okay. And then I'm going to share my screen in one moment. Let me just get a good picture. All right. Let me move this out of the way so I can sort of share this side by side, if that helps. Why can't I make that bigger? There we go. Okay, time to share my screen. Where's the damn thing? There it is. Okay, OBS is doing some weird things where it's not doing things correctly. What the hell, OBS? You're so stupid. Anyway, looking at this, nothing really seems too different from Ron's board to Kyle's board. Ron's board was on a bit longer, but the hotspots are generally the same. Looks like Ron's board was a bit warmer by the voltage regulator, but again, the little camera battery was low. So, but yeah, I mean, that's one of the tools I could use. It's not really giving me much information here at the moment, unfortunately. But yeah, I hope I get it working. I hope so. Let me catch up on some of the chat, and then I will probably skedaddle. Disc et infet. Hello, hello. Hey, Colin. I don't know where I am. Please help. Computer not go fast. Go. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It's too much computer. DSP chip makes the streams able to run longer. Yes. You interested in VCF Southeast? I'm interested in all the VCFs except time, and they at least 3 VCFs this year are contradicting with personal plans I already have, so I can't make it, unfortunately. But I'm always trying to see what other ones I could go to. It's just I'm all the way in New Jersey, so anything that's not New Jersey is a bit of a trip. If the computer doesn't go enough, put more computer in it. Disc grease in English. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I would not have guessed that. So what do we do today? Absolutely a lot of tinkering. I mean, we fixed a few trace breaks. We drilled into a chip 3 times and fixed that. Well, assume we fixed that. Yeah, I mean, even, and then I will end by saying this and showing it, unless I moved it somewhere else, and that way I won't show it. I had a green Quadra 840AV board, which is much easier to see and work on than a brown one, and it looks like there's no problems on it, and that board still doesn't freaking work. So, unfortunately, Kyle had asked for this back. I will follow up with him after the stream, see if he wants me to take another go at it, but it's like, I really don't know, man, what else, that I'm missing. I could take a look at it with a fresh pair of eyes another day, but it's one of these things that's been sitting at my place for a few years now. I don't know anyone else who's crazy enough to try and get one of these stupid things to work. So all the fun I've been going through, but the compute fluid is full. It's like the blinker fluid. Oh boy. Yeah. I don't know. It could also just be like a component is bad, and we would never know that. I guess the next step would be to take a look at some of the schematics or whatever and understand what probe points we'd have to focus on and see if we could see if the CPU is coming out of reset or any things like that would give us a clue. Because right now, I'm sure there are vias that are not making it to the other side, but to my naked eye, I can't see those at the moment, or they're not, really apparent to me. So yeah, and I would love to try another ROM. I don't think the ROM is the problem, but you never know. But yeah, it's like the 5th or 6th board of these that I have in my basement. I have like 3 of them at this point, but they just seem to be pains in the butt. I mean, they're great computers once you get them to work, but once you get them to work, that's the trick. But anywho, I've been streaming for I think 4 hours now. I've lost all concept of time. I'm probably going to go upstairs and fall asleep for a while because this took a lot out of me. But I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining and saying hi. I forgot to turn the lights on today. I forgot to change my shirt into a geeky shirt today. A lot of mistakes were made, but what are you going to do? This stuff happens. It don't matter. None of this matters. What does matter is all of your support and I sincerely do appreciate it. And don't forget, if you are subscribed to me on Patreon or YouTube membership, for as little as $1 a month, you get access to our exclusive podcast that Colin of This Does Not Compute and myself do. And it's a lot of fun. We just recorded another episode, and there will be another one out soon. But yeah, our working AV's hard to find. Any working classic Macintosh is hard to find because a lot of them get destroyed. So, yeah. But anyway, that's about it for now. Thank you very much for liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. I'll try and do another video sometime soon. If you haven't seen some of my latest videos, like when I went to the MIMS Museum and all that fun stuff, be sure to check that out. You can get your blue scuzzies at jcm-1.com. And I don't know where the end stream button went, so I'm going to like flaff around and try and find the darn thing. Yeah, I probably closed the window. I'll just push this button here.